Everyone, please be seated. It's 9 a.m. on September 30th. We are opening the record in the state of North Dakota versus Nikki Sue Melissa Entzel, case number 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Nikki Entzel is present with her attorney Thomas Glass. Ms. Julie Lawyer is present representing the state. And unless either counsel has anything, Ms. Lawyer may proceed with calling her next witness.
The state calls Matthew Hines.
Please come forward up there and you'll be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Matthew Hines,
And where do you live?
Dickinson, North Dakota.
Do you know either Chad Entzel or Nikki Entzel?
Yes,
Who do you know?
both.
How do you know them?
Nikki is my sister, and Chad was married to my sister,
So who's older, you or Nikki?
Nikki.
How well do you get along?
Okay,
How often do you see each other?
not very often.
How many children does she have?
2
Boys or girls?
boys.
How often did you see them?
Quite a bit.
Do you have children as well?
Yes.
Are they close in age to Nikki's boys?
No.
Do they get along
Like
well?
4 or 5 years between the oldest and the youngest. Yeah.
So do
Yeah,
they
they
do
get
things
along.
together?
Yes.
Is that why you see the boys more than you see your sister?
Yep.
So you'd met her husband, Chad?
A few times, very brief.
When was the first time you met him?
I don't even know. One of the times I was going back home to pick up the boys, going through Bismarck to South Dakota.
Do you know when they got married?
Nope.
You weren't at the wedding?
Nope. Was not invited.
After they were married, how often did you see them?
Not very much.
Did she ever tell you if there were problems in their marriage?
One time at a meeting, a few days, I don't remember what day or year, a few days before all this started.
So a few days before Chad died, you had a
Yes.
meeting with Nikki?
Yes.
Where was that at?
McDonald's in Dickinson,
What was the reason that you were meeting with her?
to pick up presents for my sons for Christmas.
Do you remember like what time of day that was? Morning, afternoon, evening?
In the evening,
Was she with anyone at that time?
Earl.
Had you ever met Earl before?
One time prior. I did not know until after I met him who he was.
So tell me about that first meeting with Earl.
I was high, and that was about it. She dropped off her boys at my place in Dickinson, and then she gave me a ride to my vehicle on their way out of town
And so where was he at that time?
in the car.
Okay. Did you speak with him at all?
No, not really.
Did you know who he was or what his relationship was with your sister?
No, I did not at that time.
And when did that occur?
Like into November, beginning of December of prior to the incident.
So that would have been in 2019 as well?
Yeah.
The same year that Chad died?
Well, I don't know what date.
No, you said that you met him in November
Yeah.
or
Yep.
December.
Yep.
Was that the same year that Chad died?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yes.
So the second occasion in December, when you met up at the McDonald's, did you actually meet Earl that time
Yes.
and get introduced to him?
Yes, I did.
And what was his relationship with your sister?
I had no clue and I did not want to know, really.
So did she say anything at that time about what problems she was having with Chad?
She said they were having problems with their relationship. She said that he abused her, but I didn't see no signs. But that's what I was told.
Did she indicate if she had any injury on her at that time?
She said she had bruises on her legs, but I never seen nothing.
Did she say she had any bruises on her neck?
Not that I can recollect.
Did you see any bruises on her neck?
No, I did not.
Did she say if she had any bruises on her arm?
Not that I can remember.
Did you see any bruises on her arms?
I had no.
Had she ever said anything to you about Chad being abusive prior to that December 29th meeting?
Not that I can recall.
Did she indicate if they were having any other issues?
That was really the only issues I was told.
Did she ever talk to you about any concerns she may have about Chad's drinking?
She said that at that point when she was abused that he drank a lot, but
Had she told you that before?
not that I remember. It's not like we had a lot of conversations.
So what did you tell her about her problems with Chad?
If it's that bad, then go your own direction. Move on.
How long was your meeting with Nikki and Earl at the McDonald's in Dickinson?
I don't know, 20 minutes maybe. I'm not quite sure.
Did you see them leave?
Yeah.
What were they? Do you remember what they were driving?
A white Chevy pickup.
Was there anything odd or unusual that you noticed as they were leaving?
Yeah. When they got in the pickup, it must have been an older one with a bench. She scooted over right next to him in the vehicle, and that was upset me
Why is that?
because she was married, not to him.
When was the next time that you had contact with her?
When I went over on January 2nd to an intersection. I can't, East Bismarck, that's all I can tell you.
What made you come back to Bismarck?
My mother called me upset about what happened and let me know. And I was closer than my mother, so she talked me into going even though I did not want to go because it was my son's birthday.
So you left Dickinson and drove to Bismarck?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was or what time of day?
It was late. We were getting ready to go eat when I had a cutout. We were going to go eat for his birthday, so maybe 6-ish, mountain time.
So you said you drove to Bismarck to an intersection that you don't remember, someplace east of town?
I could drive you there, but I don't know the names
Okay.
of them.
Had you ever been to that house before?
No, I got direction from, my mom told me to call her cell phone, and I called it, and I talked to an officer the whole time, and she had to give me directions where to go, because I did not know where to go.
Okay. So when you got to that intersection, were you able to go to the house?
No, I got held at that corner.
By whom?
Officers.
All right. So they had already put the perimeter up and weren't letting you through?
Yeah.
How long did you have to wait there for Nikki to be brought to you?
It was a little while. I'm not sure on the timeline, but I know I sat there for quite a while before she got there.
Who was with her when she came?
Like a Red Cross pastor, or I don't remember what that guy was off the top of my head, really.
What was her demeanor when you first had contact with her?
I mean, she was shooken up some.
And what happened then? Did you sit in the car with her and wait, or did you take her somewhere?
We sat in the car for a little while, talked a little bit, and then an officer came over and gave her a piece of paper and stuff to fill out what happened.
While you were sitting in the car and waiting for that officer, did she tell you what had happened?
She told me the house started on fire and Chad was in there, and remember her saying there was black smoke on the door and stuff, and that they told her Chad's body was crispy. That's all I can fully recall.
Did she say who told her Chad's body was crispy?
Officers or a firefighter, I'm not sure.
Did she say if she had seen his body?
No, not that I can recall.
So you said that an officer had her fill out a statement,
Yeah.
and that was in your car too?
Yeah.
Did she talk to you about what she was writing, or
No.
how long were you at the intersection waiting to be released?
Quite a while. She went over into a cop car for quite a while. I sat there and waited. It was close to midnight when we got released, but I mean, most of the time I was sitting in the vehicle by myself.
When she was with you, did you talk about anything with her?
Not a whole lot, really. We talked a little bit about what happened, I guess, with the fire and stuff.
So after you were released from the scene, where did you go?
I asked where we were supposed to go if we got to get a hotel room, and she said she had a hotel room. So we went to, I don't remember the name of the hotel, west of Red Lobster. I can tell you that.
Yeah, so let me, if you either move closer to the mic or move
Oh,
just a little bit.
Yep.
I can hear you. I just want to make sure everyone else
Okay.
can.
nope,
Thank you.
that's fine.
So she already had a hotel room
Yes.
set up, and you just went to the room that she already had?
Yes.
How did you have to drive her there, or was she able to use her own car?
No, we used my vehicle. Her car was still at the scene.
Okay. And what kind of a room? Can you describe what the room looked like when you
It
got
was
there?
like an extended stay that had like a little small living room, a little kitchenette, and like a separate bedroom.
And what kind of beds were in that room?
I think there was just one bed in there
So where did you sleep?
on the couch.
Was it a pull-out couch, or was just...
I don't know. I wasn't wasting the time. I just laid on the
Okay.
couch. It was just too late, and it was starting to snow that night. So
Did you notice if she had a lot of property in that room?
yes,
What kind of property did you see?
she had a whole our closet full of clothes in there. A lot of cooking and pans, and fridge completely full of food.
Is this like your standard hotel fridge, kind of like a dorm fridge, the smaller one?
No, pretty close to what you'd have in your house.
So it was kind of a regular sized fridge for the kitchenette that was in that hotel
Yeah,
room.
yeah,
And you said that refrigerator was full of food?
yes.
What kind of food?
I don't remember everything. I remember the freezer was completely full of steaks. That blew my mind why she had that many steaks in there. And the only thing I think I talked before is there was a lot of butter, and blew my mind, which is weird, but
Well, Nikki's a baker, right?
yes,
She has a catering company,
yes,
so she probably uses a lot of butter in baking.
yes.
Did she have any items where she could bake that
There
much
was
in the hotel room?
Well, there was pans and crock pots and stuff like that.
Did it appear to you that she had moved out of the house?
Pretty close.
So you said you slept at the hotel room that night?
Yes.
Before you went to sleep, did you talk with her again about what had happened, or have any?
Not a whole lot, no.
What was she doing?
On the phone.
Do you know who she was on the phone with?
Earl.
How do you know she was on the phone with Earl?
Because I asked her who she was talking to.
And that's what she said?
Mm-hmm.
How long was she on the phone with him?
Most of the time we were there till I went to sleep.
So what happened the next day when you woke up?
The next day, we met with the Red Cross, and then I told her that she needs to call Chad's employment, family. She told me she had insurance plans, that she had to call them to notify. You know, I said, you gotta call these numbers to notify them. I think we mostly met with the Red Cross first.
So you told her she needed to notify Chad's work and Chad's family about his death?
Yeah.
And then she brought up notifying insurance companies?
No, she said she had an insurance plan, so I told her, well, you gotta call them too and notify them.
But she's the one that brought up the insurance, or did you ask her about that?
No, I didn't.
She brought it up?
Yeah.
So since you had left the day before, missing out on your son's birthday dinner, did you have to get back to Dickinson right away?
No, I didn't get back until It was just a little after 4 p.m. Mountain Time when I got back to Dickinson on that Friday.
Was there anything else that you assisted Nikki with in Bismarck before you left?
Yeah, we met Chad's sister and mother at the funeral home over on Divide. I don't remember the name of the place.
What else was done before you left for Dickinson?
She made all them calls. We met with Red Cross, and yeah, then we went over there. That was about it.
So Nikki's boys weren't with her when this happened, right?
No, they were visiting my parents for the holidays.
Do you know what the plan was for her to pick them up?
No, not fully. I wasn't involved with the planning on any of that. I just knew they were down there because I talked to them on the phone when they were in Aberdeen.
So were there any plans to celebrate your son's birthday with family then?
Yes, there was. My son's birthday party was that Saturday. So they were coming up with my parents.
And Saturday would have been January 4th?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. They came up on that Friday, the 3rd.
Was Nikki coming to the party as well?
No, that was not the plan.
Okay.
Just
But-
the boys and my parents.
And do the boys usually spend Christmas in Aberdeen with your parents?
They spend a lot of time with my parents. The boys do.
So do you know if Nikki came to Dickinson to pick up the boys, or if your parents dropped them off on the way back to Aberdeen after the birthday party?
She came over to Dickinson on Saturday to talk to him about what happened. She met him at my house. It was after the birthday party on Saturday.
Okay. And she met with the boys to tell them what had happened?
Yes,
So to your knowledge, the boys didn't know what had happened until then?
that is correct. To my
Re-
knowledge, I didn't know.
Were you there when she told them about it?
Kind of. I was around in the kitchen or something. They were in the living room.
How long did she stay then when she came to pick up the boys?
Not real long, half hour. She didn't pick up the boys. She just talked with them. And then she left to a friend's house that lived in Dickinson.
Do you know the friend's name?
Michelle. I don't know her last name.
Was that the last time you saw Nikki?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass.
When you had met with Nikki in Dickinson the first time, when she delivered the presents, how was she dressed?
That was the second time I met with her
Or
in
second
Dickinson.
time? Okay.
What was that?
How was she dressed? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
Okay.
That
Where-
was too long ago.
Okay. That time of year, was she fully clothed? Was she wearing shorts, pants, jacket?
She may have been wearing a sweatshirt or a jacket or something. It was just
Okay.
about January.
So it would have been hard for you to see any type of bruising or injury.
I would say, yeah.
Okay. And as far as Nikki making the phone calls, you had played a role in that? You had indicated to her that she needs to make certain phone calls?
Yeah. I just said you got to notify these places.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor?
I have nothing further, and I ask that he be released from his subpoena.
Objection.
All right, thank you for coming and testifying. You're released from the subpoena. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in this matter until after the case is completed, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Heather Schwartz.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Heather Marie Schwartz.
Could you sit a little bit closer or pull the microphone a little bit closer?
There we go.
Thank you.
Heather Marie Schwartz.
Where do you work?
Interstate Companies.
And what do you do for them?
I'm their benefit specialist.
How long have you worked there?
6.5 years.
And you said interstate companies. So what businesses does interstate companies oversee?
They oversee interstate power systems, I-State Truck Center, assembly systems, industrial systems. I think there's a couple more, but I don't remember all of their DBAs.
So interstate power systems is one of the
Yes.
businesses that you work with then?
Yes.
Which office do you work in?
I am out of our corporate office in Bloomington, but I actually am located in our Lakeville Interstate Power Systems location now.
And you said you work in the Human Resources Division, is that what you said?
Yes.
And what do you do in the Human Resources Division? What are your duties?
I manage all of our benefits and our collective bargaining agreements. So I handle anything in regards from medical insurance, dental, vision, life insurance, disability, our pet insurance. We have 5 different CBAs that I manage on top of that. So any day-to-day questions that would come through our retirement plan or any of our medical plans, dental, anything like that would come through me.
What's a CBA?
A collective bargaining agreement?
Okay, thank you. Had you ever met Chad Entzel?
No.
Do you ever get out to the businesses or do you just work from the corporate office?
I just work from the corporate office. I don't travel.
Because you work for the Human Resources Department, were you notified that Chad had died?
Yes, I was notified by his spouse.
Okay. Do you recall when that happened?
Was on or around January 3rd or January 4th.
And how were you notified?
She had called to let me know that he had passed in a house fire.
Did she have any questions for you then?
Counsel, this the word she is indefinite. Can you clarify?
Who called you?
His spouse did, Nikki.
Did she identify herself as
Yes.
Nikki Entzel, his wife?
Yes.
And did she have any questions for you then regarding what would happen now that he died?
She had asked me what would happen to his insurance, what would happen with if he had any life insurance.
Did he have any benefits that would take effect upon his death through the company?
Yes, he would have our company paid called basic life insurance coverage.
And what was that? What was the payout for that?
If my memory serves me right, I think it was like 113 or 120,000 between there.
Did she tell you how Chad died?
When I asked if everything was okay and what was happening, Nikki had informed me that he had passed in a house fire.
Did she give you any details about that, or was it just basic information?
It was just basic information. I did not ask for any other details.
So what did you do when you finished speaking with her?
I took down my notes. I took out my normal paperwork off my computer to start a life claim to send it in to the insurance company.
And is it typical that a spouse or a family member would call you to notify you of that, or do you usually get that through the business that they worked at?
I've had several spouses call me when something has happened, but I've also had it where the branch usually notifies me first. They're usually the first to notify that something's happened to one of our employees, and then I usually hear from the spouse.
Okay. But in this case, you heard from the spouse first?
Yes.
Did you ever hear anything from Interstate Power that Chad had been deceased or he had died?
They had actually notified our VP, Angela, well, now our VP, Angela, and Angela Fink, and then she had just came over to let me know that there was some questions that were happening with it, that the branch had notified her that there was some questions with what was happening to Chad's death.
And what were the questions?
Jack, you honor hearsay.
Sustained.
So after that first call on January 3rd, did you speak with her again?
I did not.
Did you have to send her any paperwork to fill out or any information on the benefits that were coming?
There's a beneficiary form that was sent out.
Did you get that back from her?
No.
Do you know if anything was paid out on that policy?
It has not been.
I handed you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 69 and was wondering if that was, that has been identified as some insurance paperwork that needed Chad's signature that was found in the house. And I was wondering if that was anything that was through the business. Do you recognize that document or the insurance company or anything regarding it?
Yeah, I recognize the document.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is for him to verify the dependents that are on his health insurance. So we, as a company, Interstate Companies decided to do a large verification of everybody's dependents to ensure that they were eligible to be on our plan. So it was a letter that was sent to him so he would verify his spouse and his stepchildren.
Do you recall when those letters were sent?
I don't anymore. It was a couple years ago when we sent those out.
So that had to deal with health insurance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
I would ask that she be excused from her subpoena.
Object.
Okay, thank you very much for coming and testifying. You're excused. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in the matter until after the case is concluded.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
State calls Brandy Bieber.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Brandy Bieber.
And where do you work?
I worked at the Staybridge Suites, Bismarck.
Do you still work there?
I don't know.
When did you leave the Staybridge Suites?
In November of last year.
How long had you worked there prior to leaving?
It would have been 7 years.
So you were working there in January of 2020?
Yes, I
And
was.
December of 2019?
Yes.
What were your duties when you worked there?
I worked at the front desk, morning shift mostly.
So tell me what a front desk clerk at a hotel does.
Front desk clerk greets everyone that walks through the door, checks people in, checks people out, and directs people to go where they need to be if they have questions.
Can you walk me through the check-in process at the Staybridge Suites? What kind of information do you need from the guests when they check in?
Yeah, absolutely. So we first ask for their driver's license and a good card to charge for their room. And then we give them a registration card, is what we call it. And it's a paper that we have highlighted, and we have them fill out their first name, last name, phone number, their vehicle information, initially knowing what they will be charged for the room, and signing it.
And then what is the checkout process?
The checkout process is we ask them what their first, last name, and room number that they were in, and then we verify the card on file again just to make sure, and we check them out and give them a receipt if they choose so.
Does the Staybridge Suites keep that paperwork for some time? The registration card and the invoices?
Yes, I believe they keep it for a year.
So what happens if somebody's staying at the hotel already and they want to stay longer? What do they do then?
So they just come up to the front desk letting us know that they want to extend their room. They give us the room number, we verify their name, and then we ask them how much longer they want to stay. And we grab their reg card. We have a file cabinet that we leave them in, and we grab the reg card out of there and we update it by pen.
And what if somebody wanted to change their room? How does that work?
So we first have to make sure that we have that room type available, and as long as we have that room type available within the time period that they are staying, we verify that they are okay with the price, because most likely it's going to be a price change. As long as they're okay with that, we then just go into our computer database and we change it, and then we grab the reg card again from the bucket, and we change it on the original form that they first filled out, and we put it in the correct room number then.
So especially if there's a price difference, do you have to check them out of the first room and then check them into the new room, or do you just make the note of it and give them one invoice?
We just do, we call it a room change in our computer. So we change the room number, and automatically the rate will change in our system when we change the type of room. So they do get one complete receipt for the whole entire stay unless they do choose otherwise.
And you said all of those records are kept by Staybridge for, you think, a year?
I believe it's a year, yeah.
I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 189. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And are those the documents that we had talked about, like invoices and registration cards?
Yes.
Are those documents in State's Exhibit number 189 a fair and accurate copy of the records at Staybridge?
Yes.
I would offer 189, Your Honor.
Exhibit 189 is received.
So looking at page 1 of State's Exhibit number 189, can you just explain to us this top part of which kind of document is this, first of all?
So this document is a receipt.
And explain to us what we're looking at in the receipt.
Yeah, so in your left-hand corner, it states the, oh my gosh. I'm drawing a blank of what they're called. States the person that was staying in the room. And the person that's names on there is Earl Howard, and then it states the address that we get from their license. And then if you go next over, we have a file number, and then what they are here for in the company area. We always ask them what they're here for. If they are here for work related, we'll ask them what their company name is and put their company name in there.
And if they're not there for business, then everybody gets leisure?
Leisure, yes. And then in the right-hand corner, it states the room number they were in, the arrival date, departure date, a confirmation number, what rate code they booked with, and then if there's more than one page, it'll state how many pages there are. And then down in the bottom part, it states the dates, and then description of what it is. So if there's any taxes, it'll state the taxes on there, and then what the charges are and what the full amount will be when they are fully charged. And then we do.
And so on page 1, it looks like that one was for Earl Howard for an arrival time of October 22nd, 2019, departure on October 26th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and so if you go to page 2, what's on page 2?
So page 2 would have pretty much the same information up at the top, other than the arrival date of being October 26th, 2019, departing on October 27th, 2019.
And then looking at the billing information, it looks like it says at the bottom line of that billing information says Visa, a bunch of X's and 4 numbers. Is that just the card that was used to pay for the room?
Yes.
And then going to page 3, what document are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the same information on the top, other than the room number being different. He stayed in a different room, and then the arrival date of December 12th, 2019, and departing on December 14th, 2019.
And then page 4. This looks like a different type of a document. What kind of document is this?
So this is what we refer to as the registration card.
Okay. So what information do you have on the registration card that's different?
So what's different with this document would be is down, so up in the right hand corner, or left hand, sorry, if they provide their address when we first make their reservation, it'll have that. If not, sometimes it does not have their address. And then in the right hand corner, it states a membership ID, and that just indicates that he was a member with our corporation. We're with IHG Corporation, so he's a member with them.
I see that there's an email address on this one.
Yes.
Where would you get that information from?
So if we already have it in our database, it'll just automatically pop up. If we don't have it in the database already, then we do ask for it. Some people aren't willing to give it to us, though.
So that would be information provided by the guest, though?
Yes, that would be information provided from them. And then if you go further down where it says the reservation information, in the left-hand corner, there right away is the confirmation number, and that's a number that we refer to if we can't find the guest's name in our system. We'll ask them for the registration number so that we can look it up in our database. And then it says the arrival date, which is December 12th of 2019, departing on December 14th, 2019. And then right underneath that, it states a number of nights, which was 2 nights, and then a number of guests, which we have as 1. And then if you look right next to that, it'll ask you what type of room, and we verify with them that the room type is correct. He was in a 1-bedroom queen. And then it'll have the rate code and the company as leisure. And then it does have the room number next to that in the right-hand corner, which he was in 407. And then right underneath that, it has arrival rate. And the reason it has USD is because he booked the reservation online and he prepaid for it. And then right underneath that is the guest initials, and that's where I had mentioned that we have certain areas highlighted and we have them initial, letting them know what they're going to be charged. Since he paid for it already, it did not state what he was charged because he had already been charged for it. Right underneath that is the settlement information, which is a payment method. It does show MasterCard and ending in 4489. That would have been what they consider a third-party credit card. So we didn't have his credit card on file. And then underneath that is where we highlight where it says name. We highlight that for them to put down their name, and we highlight the telephone number. And then we highlight the email address, the license plate number, make and model of their vehicle. And then underneath that, we do have them also initial where it says, please be aware this hotel is a smoke-free hotel. And we also mention that when we are checking them in.
So you don't have any smoking rooms in that hotel?
No, we do not.
All right. Looking at page 5, what kind of document is this?
That would be the same type of document that I had just went through. However, this is one where he physically filled out and put his information down. And when you had mentioned if they decide to extend a room, how do we go about that? You'll notice that we have the dates written there for change of date of departure of December 31st, 2019, and then it changed to January 2nd, 2020. That is how we do it.
And the information that's pre-printed on here, is that information that's gathered when the either the initial check-in is done or the reservation is made?
It is the information we get when they are checking in. That is the form we hand them and have them fill out.
So I note this one shows the number of guests is 2?
Yes.
And the room type is 1-bedroom suite, 1 king. So what would be inside that room? What would that room look like?
So that would be where it has a separate bedroom from where the living room area is. And there would be a door that shuts off from the living room, kitchenette area, and the bedroom area. And it'd have 1 king bed in the bedroom area, and it would have a sofa in the living room with a desk and a desk chair with a TV.
Are those sofas like a pull-out couch so somebody could sleep on that as a bed?
Yes.
And it looks like on this one, on page 5, there's a telephone number that's written in, a make and a model of a vehicle that's written in. Who would have written that in?
Earl would have.
Okay. And going to the last page, page 6. What type of document is this?
So that would be the same type of document as the one before. It just has a different guest name information on it. So it would have Nikki Sue Entzel instead of Earl Roy Howard. And then it does have a different arrival date, which was January 3rd of 2020, and departure date of January 8th, 2020. and it has one guest in there. The bedroom type was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, wheelchair accessible. And then the room number was 333, and the room rate was $124.99.
Do you recall having any interaction with either Earl Howard or Nikki Entzel during those stays?
I had one encounter with Nikki. I never did see Earl Howard there.
And what was that?
She came up one morning when breakfast was going on and had asked me about video cameras and if we had them throughout the hotel.
What did she ask about them?
She had asked, or the reasoning she had asked if we had them was because she had lost a piece of jewelry and she wanted to know if we could possibly look at the video cameras to see if she had misplaced it within the hotel. And I mentioned to her that we only have video cameras on the main floors and we did not have them up on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass.
No questions, Your Honor.
I would ask that she be excused from her subpoena.
No objection, Mr.
No
Glass?
objection.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming and providing your testimony today. Ask that you do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses until the case is concluded. So, thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Janet Lease. Janet Lease.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Hello, would you state your name, please?
Jeanette Lease,
Where do you work?
the Stabridge Suites,
And what do you do for them?
general manager.
As a general manager, what are your duties?
Overall, my responsibility is to oversee the day-to-day operations at the hotel.
So with that job, you'd be able to access surveillance check, key card entry, things like that?
Correct.
So explain to me what kind of security the Stabridge Suites has.
Well, we have a surveillance camera that has cameras on all of our first floor, which includes our public areas and the outside entrances. And then also we have the on-a-T key card, where we have a portable programmer where we can go and read all of the guests' door locks.
And how does that work? When somebody uses a key card, how is that recorded?
Well, when a guest checks in, we normally give them 2 keys. The first key is numbered 1 or 0, and the second key is number 1.
So when somebody uses that card on a door, is that recorded in any way?
Yes, it's recorded as it's the time they entered and the key number.
Are you able to look that up in any way?
Yes, we have to go to the door lock and read the.
So if they
guest
use
log.
that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If they use that card on an external door, are you able to tell what card is used on an external door?
On an external, yes.
So if they use it to get inside the building from one of the outer doors, those doors are locked, correct? The ones away from the front
Correct.
entrance? And if they use their room key card to access one of those outside doors, is there a way you can tell what card was used at that door?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
We have to do our portable programmer and then reread the lock.
And does it tell you specifically that it's the card for room number 125 or something from those external
I
doors?
believe so.
Okay. And you said that there are cameras. Where are the cameras placed about the hotel?
You mean where are they located?
Correct.
Well, they're located in all of the public areas and then the outside door entrances.
And how do they record? Do they record constantly or are they motion sensitive?
No, they're recorded 24 hours.
And are you able to access those and look at those as needed?
Yes.
Were you contacted by law enforcement regarding this case?
Yes, I was.
Did they ask you to pull video and or key card information regarding Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to obtain that information?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Well, I have to go into my username and password, and then they took over from there.
Was there information that was provided by a key card reader that they could just download? Or did they have to take a look at it individually?
They had to take individually.
Okay. And do you know how they were able to do that or how they did that?
Well, I know they read the key encoder, took pictures of that, but with the surveillance, so they took the video.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 259. Is the video on that from the Staybridge, the video that was provided to law enforcement at their request?
Yes, it was.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the surveillance that is at the Staybridge?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 259, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 259 is received.
And I'd request to publish it at this time.
You may.
Do you know if the cameras or the security system at the Staybridge was having some issues that weekend?
I am not sure.
Okay. And there was a date and a time that was being displayed during the video in the upper left-hand corner. Do you know how accurate that time was with real time?
It is pretty accurate.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that officers had come in and had taken photographs of the key card reader for the key card activity for the room that Mr. Howard and Ms. Entzel had, correct?
Correct.
I just handed you a stack of photographs that are marked states 190 through 258. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
This is a reading off the door lock.
So those are the pictures that law enforcement took when you were showing them the activity on that door?
Correct.
And are those photographs a fair and accurate representation of what was being displayed on that reader?
Correct.
I would offer States Exhibits 190 through 258, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 190 through 258 are received.
Okay, it has Exhibit 190 displayed on the TV. You can look at the picture or the TV, whichever is most comfortable for you. Can you tell us how to read this? What are we looking at?
Okay, you're looking at, it was December 27th at 9:41 a.m. and it looked like a housekeeper entered the room.
And how can you tell that?
Because where it says HSKS U15, and each housekeeper has a number they're assigned to.
So you can tell which housekeeper it was that entered that room?
Correct.
And then on the bottom right, it says 0392/0460. What does that mean?
That means that's the number that they started to read this guest room, and it goes up to 460.
So is that the record number? Like that's the 392nd?
Or read.
That's
yeah,
number
reading.
392 of 460.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then it says star one print. What does that mean?
I guess you can print it, but we don't have it hooked up to a printer.
Okay. And now this one looks a little bit different. So what does new card mean?
That means that's when the guest checked in.
So this is a new card on that door?
That's a new card.
And what's the 305 mean?
That is the room number.
And what does the number 1 mean?
That is the second card that was made. So there had to have been 2 cards made, a 0 and a 1.
So when each different card is used, you can tell which different card was used by that number?
Right. Well, we issue 2 cards
Mm-hmm.
upon registration. And the first card that you encode is 0, and the second card is 1.
So this was card number 1 on room number 305 with that date and time?
Correct.
Do you know how this time matches up with the security video? Are they synced in any way?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Or they're close to it.
And then that looks similar to the last one, just a different date and time, correct?
Correct.
And that was 192. So I'm just going to go until we see something different again. So States Exhibit number 195 shows a number 2 on there. It shows the date, the time, 3:05, and then it says number 2. What's the number 2 mean then?
That would have been that a copy was made, so they must have came to the front desk to get a copy of the key.
So a new card was made then?
Yes, but we copy it so the other 2 keys will work as well.
All right. So that would mean that's a third card for that same room.
Correct.
And it looks like all the way through State's Exhibit number 203, it looks the same with number 1 and number 2, but State's Exhibit number 204 has a date and a time and a 3:05 and then a number 0. And I think you had said the number 0 is the initial card that's made, is that correct?
Correct.
So that's just that card being used
Yes.
on that door?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And now on State's Exhibit number 217, shows the date and the time, and it says new card on there again, and it says number 1. Can you explain why that is?
217, it was either if they extended their stay, their other keys will no longer work, so we had to make new keys. Or they lost the keys and we had to make all new keys instead of copying them.
And then going to State's Exhibit number 236, that again on January 1st shows a new card. Would that be the same reason? If new cards were made for that room?
Correct.
And on Exhibit 238, there's another one that indicates new card, same thing.
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 246 shows another new card on January 2nd. Would there be any other reason that it would be a new card other than creating a new key card?
Either that or a lot of times our keys will demagnetize against a cell phone. So therefore the other keys will not work, so we have to make new keys.
Okay, but every time it says new card, that means new keys are completely made.
Correct.
Okay. So on State's Exhibit number 247, it has HSKS U19. That would be a different housekeeper then?
That was a different housekeeper that went into the room.
And on State's Exhibit number 251, there's another new card, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So just to clarify again, then anytime a card is used to make entry into that room, there's going to be a record of that, and that's what those photographs are?
Correct.
I don't have anything further of this witness, Your Honor.
Just real quick, you had indicated that the time on the door surveillance and the time on the doors are synced?
Well, they're real close together. I mean, the only way is if, like there's a time change, in October or, when the time changes, if my maintenance person doesn't go around to change the time and update it, it could be an hour off. So I'm not sure in this case.
You're not sure if the times are synced or correct?
Well, they should be synced, yes, with the door lock with the key card.
Did you
The key
verify-
encoder.
Did you verify that?
No, I did not.
Okay. You just assume that? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. But there are times when it is off?
No, not necessarily. It might be minutes off. I'm saying there, if it's not changed according to the daylight savings time.
Okay. But outside of the daylight savings time, now you're indicating they might be minutes off?
No, it would be an hour off, if
You
it would
said
be
they
that
might be
case.
minutes off, correct? Or did I misunderstand what you were saying?
No, my understanding is they are synced together. So they have to be within minute or exact minutes.
So your testimony is it would be the exact same time
Yes.
at the door and on the room,
Correct.
and you verified that?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
I don't have anything further, and I'd ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
And Mr. Glass, no objection.
No objection.
Thank you for coming and testifying. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in the matter until the case is completely done.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
Is it a good time for a break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It's 10:24. We'll take a break till about 10:40. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. The bailiffs would please take the jurors out. Please be seated. I have nothing I need to address. Just want to confirm neither counsel have anything.
No, Your Honor.
Just scheduling wise, Your Honor, so we're all on the same page with that. I did provide you my list of witnesses for today. These are the only people that could make it today. We had everybody that could make it today that we thought we could fit in, come in. The ones I have listed for Monday are not able to make it today. So once I get done with today's list, I won't have any more for today, but I do anticipate that I should be done with my presentation of case either end of day Monday or no later than noon on Tuesday if some of these witnesses go longer. So we're still on track to be done in time, but I just wanted to make the court aware of that. If we start picking up the pace, we may be done early. But still on time.
Yep, no one objects.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and be seated, please. It's 10:40 a.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Entzel, case 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are in the courtroom, as is Ms. Entzel and her attorney, Mr. Glass. Ms. Lawyer, representing the state, is also present. Ms. Lawyer, would you call your next witness, please?
State calls David Sattler.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
David Sattler.
And where do you live?
I live in Bismarck.
What do you do for a living?
I am the accountant and property manager for Rob Sattler.
What duties do you have to work for that company?
Finances, bookkeeping, customer relations, and then working with the customers for the property management.
And so what exactly does Rob Sattler do that you have to do all those things?
He's a developer and builds houses.
Okay. Does he also have rental properties?
Yes, he does.
Do you manage those as well, or assist in managing those?
I help in those duties.
Was one of those properties 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burleigh County?
Yes.
And do you know when Rob acquired that property?
He acquired the property probably 5 to 6 years ago, was making payments on it, and then I believe he owned it technically in November of 2019.
Do you know the defendant, Nikki Entzel?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I know her from, she was the first person that replied to one of my ads to rent the house out.
Where were the ads put up?
They were only on Bizman online.
So she contacted you about renting that property?
Correct.
Did you ever take her out there to look at it or meet with her?
I did not personally.
Did you ever meet with her, though, regarding the property?
I met with her at our office in South Bismarck before she had signed the lease to show her kind of what she had to do, and she had a couple questions for me.
What were the questions? Do you recall?
One of them was if she was allowed to put up a security camera at the house.
Was she allowed to do that?
Yes.
Did she ultimately sign a lease for that property?
She did.
What was the rent for that house?
I think it was $1,100 a month.
Are your tenants required to have renter's insurance?
This was the only house that Rob owned that was an actual house, so I don't believe they were required to.
Did Ms. Entzel indicate who was all going to be living in the home?
To my knowledge, it was her and her husband.
So who signed the lease?
Nikki did.
Did you ever meet her husband?
I did not.
When you met with her to discuss the house and have her sign the lease, did you have any other conversation about why she was in Bismarck or what she did?
There was a question when I asked her how come she wanted the security camera up. She told me she had moved from Brooklyn and she was shot at.
After they moved, or when did they move into the home?
I believe November 15th of 2019.
Did you ever have any contact from either Chad Entzel or Nikki Entzel regarding problems with the house?
The first day there was a problem was, I believe, Christmas morning, and she had texted me asking why the heat wasn't working.
What did you do when you got that text?
I immediately informed Rob, the owner, and then I believe he went over to the house to look at it.
You didn't go over and inspect anything or take a look at it?
No, I was only kind of handling the smaller things, but if there's something with a furnace or things that are more important, I'd send it to him.
Did you hear about any other issues with the house?
It was just the one on Christmas Day, and then on the 27th of December, she had texted me again, I believe in the middle of the morning, and said the same problem was happening.
Did you pass that information along to Rob as well?
Yeah, I did the same thing again.
What was the next thing you heard about issues with the house?
It was just the 2 issues with the house that I had been told about from Nikki.
Were you informed that there had been a fire in the house?
Yes, on the 2nd of January, my brother lives nearby, and he informed me that there was some firefighters over the house that I had rented.
Did she ever contact you to let you know what had happened?
No, she did not.
Other than those 2 text messages regarding the furnace, did you have any other communication with her during the time that she lived in the home?
It was just that day of the fire on the 2nd. After I heard about it, I immediately called her to ask if she was okay, and she told me that she was fine.
Did she say anything else about what was going on?
She just told me that Chad was dead.
What was her demeanor during that call?
She was frantic, kind of schoolgirlish,
What do you mean by that?
speaking in a very high-pitched voice.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
What's your relationship to Rob Sattler?
He's my father.
I have another question, Darren. Can this witness be released?
I would ask that, yeah.
All right, thank you for coming and testifying. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in the matter until the case is concluded. Thank you.
State calls Rob Sattler.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Rob Sattler.
Could you scoot a little closer to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Rob Sattler.
Much better, thank you. Where do you live?
I live at 3220 Arizona Drive here in Bismarck.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a home builder.
Do you also have rental properties that you manage?
Some.
Did you in January 2020, December 2019, have a property at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast that you rented?
Yes, I did.
When did you buy that property?
I purchased that property in like a 5-year contract for deed from the owner. So I had just actually owned it then at about that time frame, maybe a little bit before.
When you purchased it, or when you took over ownership of it, did you have it inspected or checked out in any way?
No, just personally.
And when you did that, did you find any areas that needed repairs or that there had been any damage in the home?
No, the home was in really nice shape actually.
Had you checked the furnace at all?
Not with a mechanic, no, just myself going down there to make sure. The furnace was actually fairly new. I would say maybe 5 years old.
When was it ready to rent out?
Well, it could have been ready several months before we rented it, but I just never really thought about renting it. So then one day my son and I talked and we decided, let's rent this place out, because it was a pretty decent home. So after the original owner was all moved out and had all of his sale and all that kind of stuff, then we kind of decided to rent it out.
So when did you make it available to rent?
I think about a month before the incident or so.
So about October, November of 2019?
Yeah, right in there.
So who were the first tenants that lived in that home?
Nikki and her husband.
Were those the only two people you thought were living in the home?
Yes.
Did you know if she had children?
Yeah, she told us that.
Okay. So she and her family were the first tenants that you had rented that home to?
Yes, they were.
Do you recall when they moved in?
They had paid 1 month's rent.
Before all this happened?
Yes. So about a month before the incident, maybe a month and a half.
Were there any issues reported to you after they moved in?
Yes. After they moved in, the water heater, the electric water heater went on the blink. So I sent a plumber out there and replaced the electric water heater. And then we got some phone calls about furnace troubles.
Do you recall when the water heater replacement would have been?
Almost immediately after they moved in. They weren't in very long when the water heater went out.
And when did you get information regarding furnace problems?
Around the first of the year there.
So what did you do?
I went out there on Christmas morning. I remember going out there and inspecting the furnace because they said that the furnace wasn't working.
Was anyone home when you went out there?
Yes.
Who was home?
Both of them were home.
What were they doing?
Nikki was cooking and Chad was in the living room watching TV.
When you entered the home, could you tell that the furnace wasn't working? Was it chilly in there?
No, it was warm in the house.
She was cooking and using the stove, though, at that time, correct?
Correct.
So when you went to go look at the furnace, did you notice a temperature difference between the upstairs where she was cooking and downstairs?
Well, the downstairs is in the basement, so it's always a little cooler down there. But I walked through the house, I went down, looked at the furnace, cycled the furnace. Furnace was working fine. Came upstairs, went into the hallway, checked the thermostat. The thermostat said 72. Went out into the kitchen, told Nikki that the furnace was working fine at the moment, or in this time frame that I was there, so I didn't know what to do and left.
Did you get contacted after that about any other furnace problems?
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was the first, right around there, when I was driving to Fargo and got a call from my son, I believe, that the furnace wasn't working again. So at that point, all I could think of to do was call my furnace mechanic. So I called my furnace mechanic, and he told me there was nothing wrong with the furnace. So
Who was your furnace mechanic?
Mark's Heating.
So you called them up to go to the home and look at the furnace?
Yes.
And from the information you received, they did do that?
I believe so, yeah. I got a bill.
Well, I would hope they went then, and then they told you that they didn't see or they didn't find anything wrong with it?
No, there's nothing wrong with the furnace.
Okay. Were there any other issues with Nikki as a tenant?
No.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Just a couple. Were you aware that H.A. Thompson and Sons were out there to perform service work a couple
No.
different occasions?
No,
You were never notified about that?
no.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor.
I'd ask that you be excused, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass, no objection.
No objection, Your Honor. Yeah.
All right, thank you for coming and testifying today. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses in the matter until the case is completely done.
Okay.
Thank you.
He calls Darren Howard.
Come up here, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Darren Hilton. I'm a wind technician for a bison wind farm.
And where did you work prior to that?
Midway Lanes.
When did you leave Midway Lanes?
May 1st of this year.
And what did you do when you worked at Midway Lanes?
I was a general manager of the facility. Anywhere from plowing the snow on the lot, fixing machines, drilling blowing balls, you name it, I did it there.
How long did you work there?
20 years. January 1st of 2002.
And is Midway Lanes open 7 days a week?
Yes.
What was your usual work schedule?
Every day of the week.
Did you know Chad Entzel or Nikki Entzel?
I knew Chad.
And
He
how
was
did-
one of my league bowlers.
Okay. So you would see him at Midway Lanes for league bowling?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw him?
Oh, the day that he left the bowling alley. I don't recall the day, but the last time, because he will not died, and we were looking for bowling balls for him.
Does Midway Lanes have video surveillance?
Yes, we have surveillance of him showing up, and then obviously throughout the building, and then him leaving as well, the facility.
So where are the cameras located at Midway Lanes?
Holy buckets, everywhere. We have externals and internal cameras, I guess, parking lot coverage, and inside the facility, on the lanes, lounge.
How long is the video saved?
The video is saved. We save it to the desktop, so it's saved forever. Other than that, if we don't save it, it only lasts for about 2 weeks before we lose it and it cycles over.
And on the video that is recorded, is there a date and time stamp on the video?
Yes, in the lower left corner, we have a timestamp of the video.
How accurate is the video time to real time?
Maybe about 5 seconds off.
Okay. Were you contacted by law enforcement and asked to provide any video you may have of Chad at Midway Lanes on December 30th, 2019?
I do. I had an officer out there, I think it was like 2 days after, regarding the situation that they needed video of that individual.
And were you able to find video of him?
Yes.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 263. Is that a fair and accurate copy of the recordings that you had provided to law enforcement?
Yeah.
I would offer State's Exhibit 263, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 263 is received.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Both counsel agree he can be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for coming and testifying. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else that may be testifying in the trial until the case is concluded.
State calls Cameron Fleck.
Just come up there, please, and you'll be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
My name is Cameron Fleck, President of New Vision Security Systems.
And what does New Vision Security Systems do?
We install electronic security systems for residential and businesses in the city of Bismarck-Mandan. Cameras, key card access.
Do you operate outside of the Bismarck-Mandan area?
We do, North Dakota and South Dakota.
Into Canada?
Nope.
Okay. And you said you're the president, so what is it you do for the company besides everything?
I manage the employees, take care of our systems and our technology that are entered into the business.
What sort of products does New Vision Security have for residential locations?
We sell a Honeywell product. It's a wireless camera system and burglar alarm system package to be able to arm your home at night and see who's coming and going from your doors.
So what does the alarm system consist of?
Alarm system consists of door contacts on the doors, motion sensors, and glass breaks within the facility or home as well. Sometimes there's smoke detectors tied in as well.
And if somebody were to get a residential system set up and have a camera associated with that, how is the video saved? Is it a local DVR or device, or is it saved in the cloud?
It's saved in the cloud, and then the cameras also have a backup SD card on the physical camera itself.
How long is the video kept?
About 30 to 60 days, depending upon.
And how do the cameras work? Are they motion sensitive, or are they recording all the time?
They are motion sensitive, which will give you more data times to look back on, maybe 60 to 90 days.
So if the customer wants to review the video that's taken by their security camera, how are they able to do that?
They would hop on a device either on their cell phone or their computer, and they would log into their cloud account, hit play, and look back at what different types of motion clips they had saved to their file.
So they can look that up on a phone or a computer, anything with internet access, basically.
That's correct.
Does each individual user have their own account, or is it the household has an account that they share?
It can go both ways. Most of the time, as we set them up, each individual user has their own account set up.
And when that person's accessing the system, does it show what the username is, or the user that's accessing the system?
Yes, there's administrative logs that can show you who's accessing it, when, logout times, simple things like that.
Can those admin logs be accessed by that account too, that account login?
Yes.
So what administrative capabilities are available with the system?
It's mainly telling you when you're logging in and out of the system, everything that's going on within that software, who's logging in, who's logging out, when they may have looked at a camera. Any settings change that's taking place within the system is captured there and recorded.
Is there any place for the customer to go to see the history of the, you said there were door sensors, so if those go off or alarms go off, is there a place for them to go to see a log of what happened?
That as well, they will be able to see at times when the door was open and closed, if the system was going off, low batteries, anything like that. There's a log that keeps all those system records, the health of the home.
Are you familiar with the security system that was at the residence at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burleigh County?
Yes, I am.
And what system did they have set up at that home?
They had a Honeywell residential burglar alarm panel with a camera on the front, with door contacts and potentially some other sensors connected. Most likely door contacts, glass breaks, types of things to secure your home in the event of a burglar alarm.
Now, when we talked about the log of alarms, we had talked about the door sensors, and you said something about it'll tell you when the doors are opened or closed. Can you tell me how that works?
The door contacts are just a contact with a magnet. If that door opens, it opens. If that door closes, it closes. And it will show that open, close reporting in our system.
Now, there's some talk about, in some of the records that we'll talk about in a minute, about a geofence. Can you explain what geofencing is?
Geofencing is something that you can turn on inside of your app it's a GPS coordinates to show your phone is located in the vicinity of the house to automatically arm and disarm your system. So maybe as you're coming to your home, it'll automatically disarm. So it's showing you where you're located within the vicinity of the alarm panel.
I handed you States Exhibits 260 through 262. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
So for 260 and 261, are those documents an accurate copy of the records that came from that system?
Yes, they are.
And 262, is that a true and correct copy of the video that came from that system at the 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast?
Yes, assuming what's on it, yes.
I would offer States 260, 261, and 262, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Those exhibits 260 through 262 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Starting with Exhibit 260, what is this document?
These are those administrative logs that we were talking about, showing different things that were happening inside the software, like log-in times and log-out times, some failed login attempts, and other things there.
So in looking, just for an example, if you want to walk us through what line number 1, it says serial number and it's got a 1 underneath it. If you just want to read across that line and tell us
Sure.
what it's telling us.
Yeah, so serial number 1, we've got to log into the website, Nikki Entzel, January 3rd, 2020 at 5:38 p.m. Central Standard Time. On the second line, we've got to log out. Third line, log in. And as we move through here, we've got a driveway camera settings changed.
Where is that one at? Which?
Serial number 24 as we're moving through. That means there was some sort of setting within the camera that was changed. We do have on 25 driveway privacy mode on. That would be if you want some privacy within your area that you want your camera. You could hop right in the app, turn the privacy mode on, and it's pretty much just turning that camera black so that it's in private mode. So it's just showing that on December 31st at 5:55 a.m., the privacy mode was turned on, camera settings changed, privacy mode turned off, and so on.
So there's another column at the very right called event type, and it looks like a circle with an eye in it. What is that all about?
That's just information relating to what that is. You could hover over that and it would give you more information about the event you're reading about, is all. So it would tell you that it means she logged into the system, or Nikki logged in, the originator.
And the originator, Nikki Entzel, that's the username and password that was used, or the name associated with the username and password that was used to log that event?
That's correct.
Just going through and making sure. Okay, so if we go to serial number 70, which is on page 4 of the document, there's something called Disarmed Universal iOS iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
That means there was an attempt to disarm the alarm panel.
Okay. And 72, where it says Armed Stay Universal, what does that mean?
That means there was an attempt to arm the system from the iPhone.
Item number 79 says driveway privacy mode on, triggered by Nikki Entzel. How come it's got the verifier triggered by Nikki Entzel on there on this one?
I do not know the answer to that. Driveway privacy mode on, triggered by Nikki Entzel. It might have just been a way that if this was maybe done by a computer, it looks like to me. Maybe the other ones were done by a iPhone, as they say, or this was likely done by a computer or just a different device potentially.
But there's nothing different about what that would mean regarding putting privacy mode on in the driveway area?
Nope, it's the same thing. Driveway privacy mode on, same setting. Turning privacy mode on the camera is what that would be doing.
Okay. And you said that turns the camera off, basically, it's not recording then?
Correct.
All right. And then if you want to turn your attention to Exhibit 261, what is that document?
Same type of document, administrative options here a little bit later. Dates, we've got a driveway camera status offline, so we lost the status of the camera altogether on one there. And then we have AC loss, power failure. Anytime the power is shut off or turned off in the home, you'll have a power loss on the panel. So it looked like we started to see power loss, garage doors. This is where the sensors are now showing you that certain doors are being opened and closed. So sensor 3, the garage door sensor was closed, the basement door sensor was closed, and there was just a lot of craziness going on within the system, I guess, after that. AC restored, power came back on.
And it looks like the dates are going from earliest date to, or closest date to, let me start over again. The date is going from January 3rd and it goes backwards to December. So we're looking at this in a backwards mode, correct?
That's correct.
We'd have to start at the last line.
Correct. We can start on 218 on the back page when the system was disarmed. And
so 218 is the first real event that occurred in time.
Correct.
On this log. Okay.
Yep. On this log, that tells me that it was disarmed at the panel with the 4-digit code that was tied to Nikki Entzel.
And now on 215, geofence exited. Is that what you were talking about? The phone left that area so the system would, in this case, disarm?
That's correct.
And so anytime it's got a username next to it, like 215 with the geofence exited, disarmed, it says Nikki Entzel. Why would it have a username for that but not anything else?
Because you actually have a number or a code or a password tied to you with these events, like the geofence is tied to your phone. The disarming of the panel is tied to the panel. Somebody would actually have to physically be there. And the garage door opening and closing, anybody could be doing that.
Okay.
Not just somebody with a code or a password.
If you look on page 6, item number 121, there is an item that says driveway motion video clip from December 27, 2019 at 2:32 p.m. Can you explain what that item is?
And then, yeah, that would just be a video clip, 10 to 15, 20 seconds, however it's programmed to give you a video clip of motion in that area.
So that means there's a actual video captured by the camera at the location?
That's correct. So starting at 2:30 p.m., we have some video footage starting in the driveway motion clip.
And then under the event type column, it looks like there's a little play button. Could the user then push that button or click that button to watch that video?
That's correct.
Okay, it looks like we covered everything that's unique on that document. And State's Exhibit number 262, I request permission to play that at this time too, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. So going back to exhibit number 261, which is the event log. It looked like the last video clip that was shown was at approximately 8:27 p.m. And I would like to direct you to lines 30 and 31, serial numbers 30 and 31, which are on page 2 of that exhibit. It looks like at 8:27 p.m. on December 30th, there was a garage door sensor closed on, I'm going to call it line number 31, and a driveway motion video clip on line number 30. It also shows that there's a driveway motion video clip on line 28 that was at 10:35 p.m. Were you aware of what happened with that video clip?
I do not know what happened with that one.
Okay. And after that, there are no more video clips listed on the event log, correct?
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Just a quick one. Throughout the logs that you have there, the geo disarm it's not particular to one day, is it? It's kind of consistent throughout a number of days.
December 30th. Yes, it was through a period of 2 to 3 days.
Okay. What was the first day?
The first day of the geofence? December 25th.
And what was the last day?
December 31st.
Okay. How about the disarms?
The geofence disarms? Or
Just
the panel disarmed?
Yeah.
The panel was disarmed December 25th.
Okay. Any other dates?
Panel was disarmed December 26th.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I have nothing further and ask that he be excused.
No objection.
Okay, thank you for coming and testifying. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witness in the matter until the case is concluded.
Sounds good. Keep this right here.
Yes, leave them there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have time for one more
I
witness?
do, Your Honor. State calls Wade Nordic.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Wade Nordic. I work for the Bismarck Police Department
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
since January of 2018.
Has all that time been with the Bismarck Police Department?
It has, yes.
What sort of training or education do you have to be a law enforcement officer?
So once we're hired through by Bismarck, we go through our in-house training academy, which is approximately 8 weeks. And we also go through a field training program, which is about 2.5, 3 months. And then we go through the law enforcement training academy here in Bismarck. And then numerous other trainings since that time.
What was your assignment with the Bismarck Police Department in January of 2020?
Patrol officer.
What are the duties of a patrol officer?
To respond to calls for service and to investigate local and state laws.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was dispatched to a welfare check at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Bismarck.
When did that call come in?
That was about 1:22 p.m.
And what is a welfare check?
So a welfare check is somebody who would call a concern with some kind of concern in regards to somebody's well-being. Either they're sick, they're not showing up for work, they're making some statements that don't seem like them. More or less just to check, just to make sure that they're doing okay, and to ensure their well-being.
When did you respond to that address?
The first time was at 1:22 p.m.
On what date?
on January 2nd of 2020.
Was anyone at the house when you arrived?
Not that I was aware.
So what did you do, or what did you first see when you got to that house?
So when I parked my patrol vehicle, I parked out on the roadway. I wouldn't necessarily say the driveway was a long driveway, but it was rough estimates 50 to 75 yards long. I walked up to the residence. As I was walking up, I did notice some tracks in the driveway. I did not pay a lot of attention to the tracks at that time. And then I also saw two vehicles parked next to the garage.
What kind of vehicles were they?
It was a pickup and an SUV, I believe.
So what did you do when you got up to the residence?
So when I first got up to the residence, I was looking for the front door. The front of the house was kind of set up a little bit different than what I'm used to seeing, I guess. The front door appeared to actually be part of the garage. I made the assumption that was the front door because that's where the doorbell was at, and I didn't see any other doors that led into the house on the front side other than a balcony which stood about 8 feet up, and there were no stairs that led up to that balcony.
So what did you do at that door?
So I knocked on that door several times, and nobody answered the door.
What's a protocol if you go to a residence, you don't really see anything that's out of the ordinary, and nobody answers the door?
So if there's, on welfare checks, it's not uncommon for people to not answer. Either they don't want to talk to police or nobody's home. I mean, unless there's what we call exigent circumstances, where we don't typically go into the residence. Unless contact is made with somebody, obviously, and they allow us to come in. But
what do you mean by exigent circumstances?
Exigent circumstances, such as, say, somebody were texting with another person, and they show pictures, as an example, show pictures of cuts on their wrist. Said, I'm planning on killing myself. If we look in the residence, if we're able to see inside the residence, we can see that person lying on the ground. There can be several different circumstances. I mean, it's the possibilities are kind of endless.
So basically, if there's some sort of emergency you need to address?
If there's an emergency, yeah.
Did you see anything that led you to believe there was an emergency happening at that residence at that time?
I did not.
Did you see or smell any smoke?
I did not.
Did you see or smell any propane?
No, I did not.
Did you see a fire?
No.
Did anything look out of place at that time?
No. To me, it appeared as though people were at work. It seemed like an average day.
From the place where you were at, were there any windows that you could look into to see inside the house?
Had I walked around the entire building, yes, I could have probably looked inside. But that's not typical. Something that I would typically do on a welfare check. Typically speaking, people don't like officers just walking up to their windows and peeking inside.
But there weren't any windows like right in that vicinity that you
No.
were able to see into?
No.
Since this is a welfare check, what are you able to do if you don't see anything that looks suspicious or like an emergency?
More or less, we have to walk away.
Is that what you did?
I did walk away, and then I called the person who called in the welfare check.
And do you recall who that was?
Adam Van Dorn, I think so you say his last name.
Why did you call him?
Just to see what the reasoning was behind the welfare check.
And was there any information that you received in that call that changed your mind about anything suspicious or an emergency occurring at that residence?
No. At that time, no, nothing really seemed to be out of the ordinary.
So what did you do then?
That was the end of basically that call for service.
Did you get called back out to that residence, or did you hear a dispatch call for that residence later that day?
I did, yes.
When was that?
Approximately 5:45 p.m.
And what was the call that came out at that time?
Structure fire.
Did you respond?
I did, yes.
And what did you observe when you got to the house?
So initially when I got there, I was actually put on a perimeter position. A perimeter position would be, in my case, was closing down roadways so that people didn't approach the house, just to give responders room to work, more or less.
Did you ever enter the residence?
I did later, yes.
And what was the reason that you went inside the house?
To clear the residence, just to ensure. At that time, we had received information from firemen on scene that there was a body inside. So we had to go into the residence to ensure that there was nobody else inside, make sure that there was no danger to anybody else that was working on scene.
Did you move or seize anything during that walkthrough of the house to clear it?
I did not.
Did you have any other contact with Adam Van Dorn, the person who had made that welfare check call?
No.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
No questions.
I'd ask that he be excused.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in the matter until the case is concluded.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This would probably be a good place to stop, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll take a lunch break until 1:15. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. The bailiffs would take the jury out. Go ahead and be seated, please. It's 1:15 p.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Nikki Sue Entzel, case 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Entzel and her counsel, Mr. Glass, and Ms. Lawyer, counsel for the state, are present. So, Ms. Lawyer, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kyle Davis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Would you state your name, please?
Kyle Davis.
And where do you work?
I'm the manager for the parking department at the Bismarck Airport.
And what kind of parking is at the Bismarck Airport?
Well, we have customer parking. We have 3 different lots. We have an economy lot, a long-term lot, and a short-term lot.
And how does one go about parking in any of those parking lots at the airport?
Usually you pull up to one of our gates, whether it's short-term or long-term, and you push the button, and a ticket comes out. Well, it prompts you to push the button, and a ticket comes out, and then the gate opens up, and then you're free to park in an open spot.
How do you get out of the parking lot then when you're done parking there?
In the long-term lot, we if you go straight down, we have 3 exiting booths. The first one to the left is there should be a person in there. We accept cash or credit, and there's also to the right of that there's 2 credit card lanes, and you just put your ticket in there. Then it prompts you to put your credit card in, put it in, take it out, and it charges your card, and then the gate goes up.
And who would you have to park in long-term parking?
People. It all depends on the customer. Usually, the people that are parking in long-term are people that are flying out for like a week or so.
Are there time limits on the other parking lots?
No. Just as long as you pay your bill, you can, park as long as you want.
Do the other parking lots do the same thing at when somebody's leaving? They have to return the ticket they get when they pull in and then pay?
Yep.
And they can pay by cash or credit as well?
In the economy lot, it's credit card only. So you put your card in, and it's. But the long-term's first booth is the only one that has cash.
And if somebody like law enforcement wanted to track down a ticket, is there any way for you to track down the tickets that have been used and paid for with a credit card?
Yes. Every night we collect the tickets from all the lanes, and we put them in an envelope and stuff, or in a rubber band, and we put them for our paperwork, because we got to count the tickets, how many, like let's say if 50 came through the second lane, we got to make sure it matches up with our paperwork and stuff. And then we put them in a bag that we have for our inventory purposes, and we keep all those in our back office.
How long do you have to keep those?
We usually keep them we're required for about 3 years.
So how are you able to find those again if somebody needs to find one?
We usually have them labeled in like a box of the month and every day, like September 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and then they're put in a box by year.
So did law enforcement, specifically the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department, talk to you about trying to find some parking tickets at the Bismarck Airport?
Yes, they did.
Do you recall when they came to talk to you?
I don't recall the exact day. I know it was right whenever I took over as manager, and they were just asking for a specific date, and I was able to find them in the back and give them the tickets.
So do you remember what dates they were looking for?
I believe in December of 19, I believe.
Do you recall specifically what they were looking for?
Just like certain dates. Yeah.
And you were able to find tickets to provide to them?
Yes.
I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 264 and 265. Are those the tickets that you turned over to the Burley County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Are they in similar condition or about the same condition as when you turned them in?
Yeah.
Nobody's changed them in any way?
No.
I would offer States Exhibits 264 and 265.
No objection.
Exhibits 264 and 265 are received.
So if you can, what was special about those tickets that you were able to find them? How could you link them to the ones that the Sheriff's Department was looking for?
Well, on the tickets here, you have it has the date they came in and the time, and then it has the date they left and the time, and then these numbers on the corner, that's the machine they came out of. One of them says 7, so that means these ones came out of lane 2, which is the credit card lane, and these ones came out of lane 3, which is the credit card lane to the right of that.
So how were you able to link those with a specific credit card transaction?
Link them to
Like, how did you know those were the ones that the Sheriff's Department were looking for? Did they give you a date and time as to what to look for?
No, they just gave me a specific date, and I gave them the like whole ticket bundle.
And so they are the ones that pulled those out of the ticket bundle?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
You don't know who used those parking steps. It doesn't say on the ticket. Is there any name associated with it?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I would ask that he be excused.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you for coming and testifying. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in the matter until after the case is done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Kevin Iverson.
Just come up here by this chair, or you'll be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Kevin Iverson.
And where do you work?
I'm retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work before you were retired?
Before I retired, I worked at Community Options here in Bismarck.
And when did you retire from there?
I retired in October of 2020.
How long had you worked for them prior to retiring?
Prior to retirement, I worked for them for 11 years.
What did you do there?
I was the Vice President for Administrative Services.
Where's Community Options located within Bismarck?
Their main headquarters is located here in Bismarck on 4909 Shelburne Street, which is on the north side of town.
Are you familiar with the defendant, Nikki Entzel?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with her?
She was an employee at Community Options, so I was involved in setting up some of the needs for like the phone, email access and so on for the company.
How long did she work there?
Was hired in December 2019 and employment was termed in January 2020.
Do you know what she did there?
She was hired as an employment specialist, working with the what was called a free through recovery, which provides services to individuals who had either health or physical problems, and we're dealing with the with the criminal justice system.
So did she also work at that building on Shelburne Street?
Yes, her office was located at the main building, 4909 Shelburne Street.
Is there any security at that building?
There is security. We have a key fob system for entry into the office itself, and then there are security cameras located on the facility grounds.
How do the cameras operate? Are they always recording, or are they motion sensitive?
No, the cameras are always recording.
To your knowledge, were you contacted, or was Community Options contacted by the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department to obtain video surveillance from Community Options?
Yes.
Do you know if that video was provided to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was.
Provided you with States Exhibit 266. Have you viewed the video that's on that flash drive?
Yes, I did.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the surveillance from the security system at Community Options that was turned over to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Does the video show a date and time on the surveillance?
Yes, it does.
Do you know if that date and time is accurate as to real time?
The date is accurate. The time was off by an hour.
And how could you be sure of that?
Well, in comparison to the entry system for the employees, the key fob system, the recorded time for people entering the building was an hour different than the cameras itself.
And what are the hours of operation for Community Options?
Typical hours of operation for the office staff and most of the employees is 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
And were those the hours that you worked?
Yes.
And could you see yourself on the video leaving work one day?
Yes, I did.
And was that another way that you could tell the time was off?
Yes, showed me, the camera showed me leaving at 4 o'clock, and normally I leave after 5.
Okay. Other than that, did you observe anything else that was inaccurate about the video recordings?
No.
I would offer States Exhibit 266, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 266 is received.
And I would request to publish.
You may.
I noticed there was no video for January 2nd, or I'm sorry, January 1st. Was that community options closed for the holiday?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any interactions with Ms. Entzel during work, or did you work in the same division as her or see her frequently?
We worked in separate divisions, so really very little interaction, if any. So.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I got no questions.
I would ask that he be excused.
Okay.
All right, thank you for coming and testifying. You're excused, but do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in the matter until the case is closed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State calls Michelle Coombs.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Michelle Coombs.
And where do you work?
I work at Walmart North.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for 6 years.
What do you do for Walmart?
I am an asset protection investigator.
And what does that person do?
That we basically review cameras, we investigate shopliftings, theft, credit card fraud, just review cameras daily.
And I've been in Walmart. There's a lot of video cameras inside Walmart, correct?
Correct.
Both inside and outside?
Yes.
And are they constantly recording?
They are.
Were you contacted? Well, let me go back. Do they have a date and time stamp on the video that's taken?
On the original format, they do.
And is that back in December of 2019? Was that accurate as to real time?
Yes.
Were you asked by the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department to provide any video from December 29th, 2019?
I was asked by my manager at the time, too.
Okay. Were you able to find the video they were requesting?
Yes.
Did you provide that to law enforcement?
Yes.
I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 267. Did you review the video that's on that disc?
I did.
And is that the video that you had obtained for law enforcement?
It is.
Is it a true and accurate copy of that video?
It is.
I would offer State's Exhibit 267, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
7 is received.
And permission to publish? I have nothing further, Your Honor. I would ask that she be excused.
No objection.
Very long testimony, I know that was tough. Thank you for coming. You're excused, but do not discuss your testimony with anyone else that may be participating in this proceeding until after the case is closed. Thank you.
State calls Rick Crafting. Rick Crafting.
Please raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Rick Crafting,
And where do you work?
Riddle's Jewelry Store
Where is that located?
in the mall.
And what is Riddle's Jewelry Store? How long has it been there?
Oh gosh, in the mall, I don't even know for sure.
How long have you worked there?
15 years,
And what do you do for Riddle's?
little of everything, I guess. Mostly counting on sales, but everything else too.
When someone purchases jewelry from Riddle's, is a record kept at the jewelry store as well?
Yes.
What kind of records are kept at the jewelry store?
We have everything on their purchase history for showing what's purchased, and also to keep track of repairs and things like that.
So if I walked in and wanted to get a history of everything on my account, you could give me purchases and repairs that were done for
Correct.
any jewelry that I had brought in?
Correct.
How long are those records kept?
Our new computer system goes back 6-7 years, but we have the old system that goes back 20 years.
Do you recognize the defendant, Nikki Entzel?
I do.
Did she come into the store after New Year's in 2020?
Yes,
Were you working at that time?
I was.
Did you assist her?
I did.
What did you assist her with?
They came in 2 different times, I guess. First time I didn't help them, but then they came back and they were asking him for copies of some of the receipts from previous history.
Okay, so who's they?
There was 2 people, a gentleman and Nikki came in.
Did the gentleman identify himself?
No.
You said they came in 2 times, right?
Yes.
So the first time you said you did not help them?
I did not.
Did you observe them come in the store?
I think I was busy with somebody, so I saw them in passing, but no, I didn't talk to them at all the first time.
Did someone else help them then?
Yes.
And who was that?
I think it was Matt Sherlock.
Okay. And do you know what they were in there speaking with Mr. Sherlock about?
I don't.
He just said he didn't either, so I'll move on.
Sustained.
And after they dealt with Mr. Sherlock, they left the store, correct?
Correct.
And they came back a second time and then talked to you?
Yes.
So did they have any specific requests that they made?
They just wanted a record of the receipts because they said they were moving, and I remember in small talk I just said, I think they said they were moving to Texas.
What was the name on the account that they were requesting?
I think everything was under Chad's name, but I knew Nikki because I'd helped her in the past, so I reproduced the receipts from the items.
Do you know if the man that was with her was Chad?
I don't know for sure. I don't believe so, but...
Did you ever work with Chad or sell jewelry to Chad? Or
I think he was in the store, but I don't think I ever helped him. One of the other gals knew him, and she'd helped him, but I most of the time dealt with Nikki or Nicole.
So who was the person that made the request? Was it Nikki or was it the male?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Does Riddle's also have security in the
Yes.
store? What kind of security does it have at the store?
They have 4 or 5 video cameras.
And those cameras are recording all the time?
Correct.
Do you know if they have date and time stamps on them?
They do.
Do you know if that's accurate as to real time, or if it was back in January 2020?
I think we discussed that it's off by 40 minutes or a half hour, something like that, on the actual time on the cameras.
Which way? Which way is it off? Is the video fast
I think
or slow?
fast, I think.
So if we look at the time on the video, we have to subtract about 30 or 40 minutes to get the real time?
Correct.
I handed you States Exhibits 268 and 269. We'll start with 268. Did you review the video that's on that DVD?
I have.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the video that was taken by Riddles on January 2nd, 2020?
Yes.
And States Exhibit number 269. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And are those a true and accurate copy of the records that are kept by Riddles?
Yes, the first part is the new system, then the last page is on the old system. So I think on the video it shows me going to two different computers because the one didn't have the printer, so I went to a different computer and printed off some of the receipts. Okay. So this is the one from the old system, this is the one from the newer system.
Okay, so that's why they're in two different formats, because one is older and one's newer?
Yes, correct.
But they are accurate copies of the records that are kept at Riddles?
Yes.
I would offer States Exhibit 268 and 269, Your Honor.
Objection. Exhibits 268 and 269 are received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
We'll start with 268. Now, you had said that the date and the time, the date was accurate on there, the time was off by about a half an hour. And when I asked you a question about your interaction, I said January 2nd, and the video shows on...
New Year's Day, January 1st.
Correct. The video on 268 is States Exhibit 268, shows January 1st. So it was actually January 1st
Yes, correct.
that this occurred?
Correct.
And the documents or the papers that you had pulled out of the printer to show them, are those the papers that are in States Exhibit 269?
Yes.
All right, we're looking at page 1 of the documents that you have before you in States Exhibit 269.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at? What are they?
The first one is in order here. Yeah, it looks like it was a sterling silver oval amethyst bracelet that was purchased. Date up above December 22nd, 2018. 149 is the time frame. The sales representative on that particular sale was Michelle. The next one, it looks like it was a garnet amethyst, a diamond ring. March 24th, 2019. Michelle again was the sales clerk. Shows the price, the retail price and the discount, and then the premium warranty that covers repairs on any items that would need to be done. The third one looks like a pair of amethyst earrings, 10 karat white gold, and also a larger pair of amethyst earrings. They got a 3 millimeter amethyst pair of earrings and a 4 millimeter. Same thing, both had the warranties on both of those for the $39.99.
And that was purchased when?
October 26, 2019.
And then if we go to page 2, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
An opal diamond pendant, August 18, 2019. I got the time, 4:09. The price and then the warranty information on that one. The next one on June 19th, it looks like it was an opal diamond pendant. And I was the sales representative on that particular day, June 19th, 2019. Again, the price and the warranty, and also looks like there was a chain to go with the pendant.
And then page 3.
Page 3 is basically going to be the same as what's here, but just shows under their customer history. It just lists the items individually, so that would match these receipts.
And since they're abbreviated, could you just let us know what each of the items is?
The first one is pair of earrings. 3 millimeter is the size of the earrings in 10 karat white gold, and then the $39.99 is the warranty. Then you have a 4 millimeter pair of amethyst earrings, $67, and again the warranty was $39.99. Then we have a opal and an oval 10 karat white gold diamond pendant for $219, and then the warranty on that. Then another opal and diamond pendant in yellow gold on June 19, 2019, $525, and I think the next page would show the. Well, no, that one doesn't show a warranty on that one, I don't believe. Next page looks like August. Let's see, a bracelet for August birthstone peridot. Then you got October, another bracelet. Oops, no charge on that one. I don't know on that particular one if that was a repair. I don't know why there doesn't show a charge. Sometimes the repairs will also show under there also. Then we have a sterling silver chain on February 26th. The one February 24th, I don't recall for sure what that one is. It's 1/10 of a carat total weight, 10 karat white gold. I believe it's a necklace, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. And it has the warranty.
And then page 5.
Page 5 now. We have a 10 karat adjustable box chain, again for the $95.14, and then the warranty on the chain. Then there was a garnet amethyst diamond ring, March 24th, 2019, and again the warranty. Then another bracelet in sterling silver, the SS for sterling silver. Then there was a rope chain that's kind of cut off on the bottom. That would be a 14 karat yellow gold rope chain.
And then on page 6. What is that showing us?
First one looks like it was a sapphire and diamond, and again I'm not sure if that's a ring or a pendant. My abbreviation was the old skew. Then the next one is a 1 karat total weight. I think that's a ring, but yes, because I looked at it down below, they have it sized to 5.5. And there was also must be I think the wedding set in July 2015. And Then a couple with the Y, those were void, so those were just ticket corrections. So if they had it entered wrong or whatever, so it's above, and then they avoided it, and above must have the right or correct skew on it. And then down below, it looks like same thing. There was a sale of a bracelet and a return, so I don't know if that was a correction. But then so even out the plus and the minus, and then one plus. So I don't know if they had the wrong skew number on there, but yeah, so that was an amethyst piece at that time for the very last one, the 132 or 134, excuse me.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I got no questions, Your Honor.
And he can be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for testifying.
Thank you.
I just want to let you know you're not to discuss your testimony with any other potential witness in this matter until after the case is closed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just leave this.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks.
State calls Anthony Ortega.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Anthony Ortega, HVAC technician for H.A. Thompson.
And how long have you done that job?
31 years.
What does an HVAC technician do?
Service and repair of heating and cooling equipment.
So when H.A. Thompson receives a call for service, how do you know that you're assigned to do that work?
I normally receive a work order on my phone with the address and contact information of the person that called in the work order or the repair or for that call.
Do you usually get information as to what they're complaining about or what the issue is?
A brief description, such as no heat or no cooling or water leaking from furnace. Just a brief description.
So what records are kept when a technician is sent to a call?
We fill out a service report of what we found and what we did to repair the problem of the issue, and whether, what state we left the equipment in, whether it's operating normal or still needs further attention or further repairs.
And is that done on every call?
Yes.
I've handed you State's Exhibit 270. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And are those accurate copies of the documents preserved by H.A. Thompson for work done at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Bismarck?
Yes, they are.
I would offer State's 270, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. The exhibit is received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 270. What exactly is this we're looking at on the first page?
It's a copy of my service report of the day that I went to this address, 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast.
I noticed the customer is listed as Nikki Entzel. Is that typically the person who calls in?
Typically, yeah, the person that calls in is the person's name that's on the service report, yes, for the work order.
And what was reported by Ms. Entzel?
That there was no heat in the house. Well, the furnace was not operating properly.
And what was the date of that call?
Be November 21st of 2019.
So there's a summary of work performed. Is that what you were talking about, where you make the notes of what you've done to review the problem? So
Yeah.
in that case, when you went to the house, do you remember what was wrong with the furnace?
Yes, I remember the furnace was locked out.
What does that mean?
Well, the furnace tries to start or light, and if it doesn't prove that there's a flame, it locks itself out. The controls in the furnace will lock themselves out after 3 consecutive tries. Then it'll lock itself out and just sit there idle, basically.
So was there anything you could do to repair that?
Normally you have to reset the furnace by interrupting mainline voltage power, and then reintroducing power, and then it goes back to work. But
Did that work?
in this case, it did not work.
So what did you do next?
I looked into it further as to why it wasn't lighting, and I found out there was no gas, or in this case, no propane present at the furnace.
So were you able to, was it connected to a propane tank?
Yes, it was.
So were you able to get the propane going again?
I went out to check the regulator at the propane tank, because it's common when it's cold, the regulator can freeze up, stopping flow of gas to the house. But in this case, that wasn't the case. I found that the tank was actually shut off. The manual shut off was actually turned off by somebody.
So were you able to open it back up and get it working again?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And was there anything else that you did before you left?
I lit the pilot on the water heater, because they had a standing pilot, so I lit that pilot. And then verified that the furnace was going to light and provide heat for the house.
Okay. It also says you checked the filter and changed the filter?
Yes, I did check the air filter and noticed it was dirty, so I went ahead and took it upon myself to change it and put a clean filter.
And that was the air filter for the furnace?
Yep, that's the air filter on the return side, yes.
How long do those filters usually last before you have to change them again?
It depends on the conditions of the household, but typically every 3 months is when we recommend that they be changed.
And did that conclude your work at the house?
Yes, I verified that the furnace was going to stay running, and that was it as far as what I had to do there or what I did.
Was there anybody at the house when you came out to do the work?
Yes, there was a young man, a teenager, at the house when I arrived.
Was he the only one there?
Yes.
So I noticed that there was on the bottom there's a signature, and then it says the full name underneath, Nikki Entzel, so that's not her signature? That would be the teenage boy's?
No, that was a young man's signature, yeah. I asked him if he could sign on my phone. We went paperless, so everything's done on my phone. And he just signed on my phone with his finger.
Okay. And looking at page 2 of Exhibit 270, what is this?
It's also a service report for a second call to our company for no heat.
And who is the customer on that one?
It says Nikki Entzel.
So if she had made that call back in November as a new customer, every time you would get a call back to that location, would it just put that name into your invoice, or did they have to put it in manually every time?
No, whoever calls it in, that's the name that's usually recorded on the work order. So had it been someone else, that person's name would have been on there, but the other information would still be, in our system where the address and location would be.
And what was the date of that work?
12/10 of 2019.
And you didn't actually go out on that call, isn't that correct?
That's correct. One of our other techs did.
But did you review the summary of the work performed?
I just did.
Okay,
Yeah.
and are you familiar with the work that was performed then, based on the description that was in the report?
Yes, that's common for the furnace to fire and ignite briefly for about 5 seconds and then shut off. If the flame sensor doesn't detect that flame, it'll cut out.
And what did the technician indicate they had done to fix that problem?
They replaced the flame rod, or the flame sensor as we call it, which basically proves that there's a flame present, at the time of ignition.
And did they do any other work according to the work order?
They went ahead and checked the venting. That's the piping that goes to the outside of the house to verify that everything was clear, free of ice or anything else that would obstruct it. And then, it says he cleaned the cord. He cleaned the cord trap, which is what collects water when it condensates. He checked the propane tank and the regulators as well, and removed some snow. Fired up the furnace, and everything worked properly at that time.
And the date on that summary of work is on December 10th, 2019. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
There's another note right underneath there that starts with the date of December 14th, 2019. Why would there be two different dates on the same work order?
Because one of our other technicians got called out 4 days after that.
And is it typical to put it on the same work order when it's that close together?
If it's, it is if it's a callback, or if our office thinks it's something that perhaps the first technician may have missed or not gotten correctly, which we refer to as a callback, then they'll just attach it to the same work order.
And you didn't go to that callback, correct?
No.
But did you review the work that was done during that callback?
Let me see here. Yes. So our other technician cleaned out the condensate trap and verified that, or he found that the pump that removes all the condensation was bad or needed to be cleaned.
And so was that fixed as well?
Yes.
Now, it says at the end of there, 2 hours, no faults. What does that mean?
Well, I'm thinking I'm not sure what that is referring to be honest with you. The
Okay.
2 hours, no faults.
At the end of your work order on page 1, you had indicated that when you left, I go back to page 1. Did you indicate on here that it was working when you left?
I just indicated that the furnace fired up.
So was it working when you left?
It was. Mm-hmm.
And then when I look at page 2 under the December 10, 2019, there's a note that it was working properly at that time.
Correct. When the second technician went, he stated that everything was working properly at the time.
And is there anything in the notes for December 14th, 2019 that would indicate that the technician was satisfied with the work that was done and it was working?
Excuse me. The fact that there was no faults on the furnace would indicate that the furnace should have been working properly. Otherwise, he would have gotten a fault or an error code that there was something wrong with the furnace.
And then looking at page 3, what is that all about? doesn't appear that there's a lot of information on there. Can you tell us why there's a page 3?
Seems like it's a continuation of the other service call.
So from the documents that you have in front of you in State's Exhibit number 270, there were 2 work orders but 3 call-outs to the house to fix the furnace by A.J. Thompson, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
No questions, Jim.
I would ask that he be excused.
Thank you for coming to testify.
Thank you.
Please do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witness in the matter.
Okay.
Thank you. State calls Lance Geigle.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
My name is Lance Geigle. I work for MDU Resources at the moment.
And where did you work back in December of 2019?
Mark's Heating and Air.
What did you do for Mark's Heating and Air?
I was a service technician.
And what does a service technician do?
Look at furnaces that aren't working, air, pretty much anything. Something that's not working, I look at it.
So dealing with HVAC systems
Yep.
or heating, ventilation, and air conditioning?
Yep.
How long did you have that job?
I think I worked for Mark's about 8 months, but I've been in the field for 17 years now, something like that.
Do you recall getting called out to 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Bismarck back in December of 2019?
I go to so many houses. I mean, I'd have to see my paperwork that I did.
And there is paperwork that's done for every call out, correct?
Yes.
And Marks keeps a copy of those records?
Yes, he should.
All right. And I'm going to bring them. I've given you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 271. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
Would they have been the record that would have been kept of the service that was done at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Bismarck?
Yep.
And are they an accurate copy of the records at Mark's?
Yep.
I would offer 271, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibit 271 is received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. All right, if you could walk us through what we're looking at on the first page of that document. You can either look at the document or in a second it'll be on the screen. So what's the first page?
It's just the service order.
It indicates that it's billed to Sattler Homes. Is that who called you out to do the work?
Yep.
And then the address where you were called?
Yep.
There's a date of January 3rd, 2020 on there. Was that the date you were called out?
That would have been.
If you look at page 2, there's a service call note. Is that correct?
Yep.
And that's attached to the invoice that we just looked at on page 1. But the date of the service call, or the date that's on page 2, the service call, is December 26th. So which one would have been the date that you had gone out to do the work?
Well, I know I was out there multiple times.
Were you out there before or after the fire?
I was out there at least 2 times before on a service call saying that there was issues, but every time I went out there, I couldn't find anything wrong with the furnace.
So on December 20, if the service call page or the service call sheet on page 2 has the date of December 26th, would that have been one of the dates you would have gone out there?
Yes, I'm guessing that, or assuming it's both times I was out here, because, yep, 1/3 and 12/26. Yes, so I'm guessing that I was out there multiple times, and those are the dates.
I don't want you to guess. You did say earlier that you know you'd been out there multiple times, so you're just not certain on
It's
the
been
exact
so
dates.
long.
Okay.
And I go to multiple houses. So
So you indicated on the, I'm looking at page 2 now, the service call sheet that has the date of December 26th on it. It shows the nature of the service request was serviced furnace. Do you recall what you had done to the furnace on the dates that you went out to that residence?
when I went out there, I just checked operation of the furnace, cleaned everything up, cleaned the flame sensor, make sure, inspect it, make sure everything looks, nothing's out of the ordinary, and run it, and check the filter, just basics, basic stuff.
And each time you did that, did you discover a problem with the furnace or the operation of the furnace?
No.
And when you checked the filter, did it appear that it needed to be replaced?
No, everything looked normal. I do remember telling Mark that if he would want to go out there, because I cannot find, after the second time I said, I cannot find anything wrong with this furnace. So I asked him if maybe he wants to go check it out, because it ran just fine when I looked at it, every time.
When you examine the furnace, do you have to take the cover off of it to look at the inside parts of it?
Yep.
And when you're done servicing the furnace, what do you do? Do you leave the cover off or do you put it back on?
Put it back on.
Do you always do that?
Yep.
And would you have done that in this case?
Of course.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
You had indicated you've been out to that residence multiple times?
At least twice.
Okay.
Maybe 3, but it's been so long.
And you're saying one of those days was January 3rd, 2020?
If my paperwork says it, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor, and I'd ask that you be excused.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you for coming and testifying.
Thank you.
Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be testifying in this proceeding. Okay. Just set it there. Thank you.
State calls Justin Dakota.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Justin Joseph Dakota.
And where do you work?
Factory Motor Parts.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 1.5 years now.
Where did you work prior to that?
Prax Air.
How long did you work for Prax Air?
I think it was right around 4 years.
And in December of 2019, which business were you working for?
Prax Air.
What did you do for Prax Air?
Kind of a little bit of everything. Worked up at the front counter, bottle guy, kind of all around everything for the company. But most of my time was spent up at the front counter, taking care of customers.
And so if somebody was looking for something, you'd help them?
Yep.
Have questions
Answer
on
phone
something?
calls, yep.
Can you tell me if you, or how you got involved in this case?
It was, I sold the torch kit to Mr. Howard.
And you learned that how?
Through the detective came in and talked to me about if I had noticed anybody on the list of people that he had brought, and I had noticed him. I wasn't sure what they were in there for, so at the time I didn't know that's what it was about.
Okay. handed you some exhibits. They are numbers 272, 273, and 274. So let's start with 274. You said the officers had shown you something. Is that 274? Is that what they showed you?
Yes.
And that's what helped you recognize the person that purchased it?
Yep.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the document they showed you?
Yes.
I would offer 274, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
274 is received.
And document 273, do you recognize that document?
The pick ticket.
Yes,
Yep.
and is that the ticket related to this transaction you were discussing?
Yep, it has the torch kit on there, the ProStar torch kit.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the pick ticket, as you call it?
Yep.
And 272 is a photo. Is that a photo of the item that is that was purchased with
that? That is a picture of the actual ProStar torch kit, exactly of how we would have sold it at the store.
I would offer State's Exhibit 272 and 273, Your Honor.
No objection.
272 and 273 received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. We'll start with State's Exhibit number 273. You called it a pick ticket. What exactly does a pick ticket do?
This pick ticket for Praxair lets my manager know and us what was sold on the ticket, how much it was sold for, whether it was cash, credit, or it was a charge to an account.
Now, when law enforcement came and talked to you, were they looking for a specific transaction by date and time or by a specific item?
No, originally when they came in, it was just to ask if I had recognized anybody in the lineup, and that's what it originally was talked to me about.
And that is State's Exhibit number 274, correct?
Yep.
Oh, permission to publish, but I didn't. I apologize. So State's Exhibit 274 should pop up on the screen in a moment. This was
She only offered 72 and 73 at this point.
She offered that before she did the other two.
Okay, I missed that. No objection.
Okay.
So this is the photo lineup, as you called it, that they showed you with
Yep.
the pictures. And who was it that you picked out of the lineup as the person that you dealt with?
The gentleman at the top left, 53951.
Okay. And did they ask you about any transactions you had done with him?
They originally, from my understanding, my boss had been asked about who had done the ticket, and my name was on it. They then came and talked to me about whether or not I had recognized him and what I had sold him, if I had recognized him, which I had recognized him, and I recognized that we had sold the torch kit to him.
And so then you found this pick ticket that was associated with that sale?
Then we went back just to make sure that the ticket was filled out properly, correctly, and there was an actual initials on it to show that I was the one that did the transaction.
Okay. And there were?
Yep.
Correct.
My initials are in the top right, JJD.
Okay. And so this indicates that you sold a tote with cylinders?
Yep, ProStar torch kit.
And what exactly is a ProStar torch kit?
It's just a carrying case. It's a tote for a torch. So this is meant for, usually we've seen in our industry a lot of guys that did like plumbing and heating would use something like this because it's very convenient. You don't have to haul big tanks around. You don't have to haul a huge torch around. So this would have been something that would have been very easy to just lug around.
And what is the purpose of this kit?
A torch is meant to use for heating, cutting, and you can also use it to weld.
Okay, I'm showing State's Exhibit 272. Is this a picture of what that kit would entail?
Yep.
Does it come with all of these pieces that are shown?
It does.
And there are 2 tanks that are on that
Yep.
that item. What are in the tanks?
On the left side, you have the acetylene, which would be the red hose, and on the right side, you have the oxygen with the green hose.
Do those tanks come filled?
They do not. Through our company, they have to be transported with empty bottles due to hazmat reasons. So once they are purchased through us, you would then give the customer full bottles at the building.
And that's standard when somebody
Yep.
would buy this kit?
We did that for all of them.
So they would walk out with full
Yep,
tank?
they'd walk out with full tanks. It just would not be on the shelf with full tanks.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions. No objection to the release.
Okay.
Me either.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Please do not discuss it with anyone else who may be a witness in the matter until the case is closed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Lawyer, your next witness, short, or should we take a break?
We could probably take a break.
Okay. We're going to take a break. Let's say 15 minutes. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. So Entzel, 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Entzel is present with her attorney, Mr. Glass, and Ms. Lawyer is present. Ms. Lawyer, you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Joe Jangula.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Joe Jangula.
And where do you work?
Praxair.
And what is Praxair?
It's a gas distribution company.
Are you familiar with the torch kit that's sold at Praxair?
I am.
And there's a photograph that's up in front of you, which is State's Exhibit number 272. Is that a picture of that torch kit?
It is.
And I'll put it up on the screen so you can kind of all follow along. What kind of torch is that, and what is it supposed to do?
It's a portable gas torch, mainly used for cutting metal, and you can use it to weld steel, not as often as it would for cutting purposes.
Can you tell us what all the parts are that are associated with that kit?
Starting from the tanks, oxygen tank would be green. Acetylene comes in various colors, mostly black or gray. Couple regulators on top to control the gas that you use. The hose, and then there would go down to the torch, which would be the barrel of the torch with the two valves, and then the cutting head.
And are there different cutting heads that come with that kit?
There are. This one happens to be used for cutting. You can also put a welding tip on it.
What are the differences between the cutting tip and the welding tip?
The cutting tip has valves on it to regulate the oxygen flow for cutting purposes. The welding tip is just a straight copper pipe with a bend in it.
And what is the difference in the gas flow between the two different tips?
For the cutting purposes, you'd use acetylene with a little more oxygen. For the welding, you want a more neutral flame, so it'd be more even amount of gases for each.
And can you walk me through the process of starting it up?
To start the torch, you would start with setting your regulators to 0 pressure. Open the tanks, set your acetylene pressure at about 5 to 7 pounds, and your oxygen right around 15 pounds to start, be a good starting point. You open the acetylene valve on the cutting head and light your torch, and then you turn the oxygen on to get a neutral flame.
And with that, you talked about the cutting portion of it. With the cutting tip on there, do you have to like pull a trigger to make the flame come out?
Only on the cutting head. The welding tip, you light your flame just with the two valves on the barrel.
So there's constant gas flowing out with which
With
tip?
the welding tip, yes.
And with the cutting tip, you can control the gas that's released?
You still got gas coming out, but when you pull the handle, you get extra oxygen to make the flame hotter.
And how far do you have to turn those valves for the gas to come out to get to the 5 to 7 pounds for the acetylene and the 15 pounds for the oxygen?
On the regulators, you would turn them maybe 1/2 to 1.5 turns in, and the valves, depending on what you're using, how thick you're cutting or welding.
Would you ever have to open them up all the way?
No.
Why do you say it that way?
Acetylene gets unstable if you turn the regulator past 15 pounds, and the valves, you really wouldn't matter if you opened the valves all the way, because the regulators are regulating the gas.
So it's the regulators that are important, not to open too far.
Right.
And it looks like on this picture on State's Exhibit 272, that there's a bunch of gauges that are up there by the regulators?
Yes.
What do those gauges measure?
The gauge closest to the valve on the tank would be the pressure gauge of the tank themselves, and the second gauge in would be your cutting pressure for the torch.
And is there a way to tell how much gas is in the tank?
If you open the valve, the first gauge would tell you the pressure of the tank.
Is there a way that you can tell if a torch that you've sold new has been used?
If you look at the tip of the torch, acetylene has a lot of carbon when it burns because you light it first, and it leaves a carbon trail very quickly.
So what would that tip look like then after it's been used?
You have black soot on it.
Is there a way to remove that?
You could wipe that off, but if you disassemble the torch, you would always have the black on the inside.
Were you contacted by the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department about this case?
Yes.
And did they have you take a look at a similar torch kit that they had recovered?
I believe it was, yes.
And what could you tell me? Could you tell me if the torch kit that they had recovered and showed you that you examined, had that been used?
The tanks, when I tested them, were both empty. Other than that, there didn't look like there was any use of the welding tip that was on the torch.
So there are two tips that come with that kit, correct?
Yes.
And you can swap them out?
The cutting head and the welding tip, yes.
And does it come with a tip already attached
No.
when it's sold?
No.
So the person who buys it has to pick which
Would have
tip
to be
they're going to
assembled.
use.
The whole torch would have to be assembled because it's all in parts.
Could you tell if the other tip, the cutting tip, had been used?
I didn't look like it, but I can't recall if I actually pulled it out and looked at it.
Was it still in the
It was in the, there's a
tote?
holder for it. It was in there.
Okay, so you need to let her finish her question before you answer, so we're not talking over each other.
Okay.
Thank you.
So how were you able to tell that the tanks were empty?
By the pressure regulator, the gauges on there did not move.
And when you examined that that torch kit that they had brought to you, could you tell if what position were the regulators in?
When you get a tank, safety purposes tells you you should always back the regulators all the way out so you don't have the overpressure of the acetylene. And when I went to open the tanks, I backed the valves out. They were all the way open.
With that tip on, with the welding tip on and the regulators all the way open, would that have drained the tanks?
Yes.
Do you know if acetylene gas is flammable?
It would be flammable, yes. It's the fuel used to light the torch.
And oxygen as well, correct?
That just enhances the flame.
And that's what causes it to burn at the end, because they're flammable, correct?
It burns it hotter, yes.
When a torch kit is sold at Praxair, do the tanks come full?
No. They replace when you buy it, they replace the tanks with full ones.
And is that in addition to purchasing the tote? Do you have to pay for that extra?
No, they are included. Full tanks are included with the price of the torch.
So when somebody comes in with an empty tank and wants to get a filled one, do they have to pay for it at that time?
Yes.
So when these torch kits are sold at Praxair, do they always get a replacement tank before they leave the store?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions, John. And he can be released?
He can, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for coming and testifying today. Just want to let you know you're not to talk to any of the other witnesses or potential witnesses in this case until the case is closed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with that, I am through with my witnesses for today.
doesn't mean the case is done. Just other witnesses weren't available today, as I understand it. So we will start Monday at the same time, so please be here at 8:50 so we can start at 9. I am going to read you the admonition, but I'm also going to read you 3 paragraphs of one of the earlier instructions I gave you regarding the conduct of the jury during trial. Since we won't have a weekend, I just want to remind you of these things that I read on Tuesday. It includes, do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone involved with it until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you are a juror in a criminal case, but don't tell them anything else about it until after you have returned a verdict. Do not do any research or make any investigation about the case on your own. You cannot use any electronic device such as a computer, cell phone, or iPad to communicate with anyone or to research any of the facts or law applying to the case during the trial or during your deliberations until you have completed your deliberations and have returned a verdict in this case and the verdict has been accepted by the court. Do not make up your mind during the trial about what the verdict should be. Keep an open mind until after you have gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. So, I know you've heard this a number of times. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. I want to thank you for your attention this week, for being here on time every day and after breaks so we could move the case forward as we have done. So thank you very much, and we'll have the bailiffs take you out and see you Monday morning. For next week.
No, Your Honor.
And no reason to begin early on Monday.
No.
Mr. Glass.
I agree, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you all, and we'll see you Monday.